Derivatives trading involves substantial risk of loss and is not suitable for all investors. Past performance is not necessarily indicative of future results.
So stressful when the world's on fire. Good God. I can't look at this, guys. Like, my strategy is you buy it and you hope that you got a good spot. Yeah, but we all think you're crazy. You don't fight this. No way. The markets are freaking out and you don't think that anything is wrong? Come back tomorrow and I'll lose it all. Should be fun.
Good morning, everybody. I feel like I'm going to sneeze. I'm going to try blowing my nose before I do that. I don't know if that actually helped. Morning, Kevin Ray. Well, let's come into the charts. We've had a little bit of movement overnight, as I understand it. Let's come over here. So ZN. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's actually not too bad. So the fixed income benchmarks are up quite a bit here. I thought that it was only like 5 ticks, but no, it's pretty good. S&P 500 on the rise after a pretty bad past week or so. And why is that? Well, because oil is coming off pretty significantly because of reports from Pakistan that they transmitted an offer from the United States to end the blockade for reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and the market liked that, even though I mean, I'm a little skeptical because they've kind of passed this sort of stuff through just to manipulate markets before. And I mean, they've been trying to get that deal for a long time, and Iran doesn't really care. Although maybe the economic pressure is really on. So we shall see. Gold's still sitting up there. I mean, what a run in gold. And silver, well, silver coming off a little bit. So we're kind of getting back into this space where silver doesn't perform quite as well as gold. It is more speculative. So copper, shouldn't say more. I mean, it shouldn't be more speculative, but the retail traders, they tend to get into silver because they feel like gold is already gone, right? Copper. Okay, well, we're recovering a little bit in copper. And then the Japanese yen. Well, this is kind of like a slow consolidation, slightly down. And then we got the dollar here. Bitcoin. Let's see if Bitcoin comes off. I'm wondering if the interest rates come down, if Bitcoin will continue forward, or if they'll give up some of the gains. So something that's going on, an interesting piece from Zero Hedge. They were pointing out that the CTAs especially are very much short the treasuries. And so their theory is that the reason Scott Bessent was talking about doing treasury buybacks in the long end wasn't so much because, you know, like it was in a disastrous position and yada, 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 but rather that he was trying to trigger a short squeeze. Now, if he doesn't just give up in here and continues to kind of push the long end, you could get that bump and get like a big short covering rally. And that's kind of the thing. Bitcoin always dropped when rates started to come down historically. Is that the case? I don't know if that's really actually. So I think it kind of would depend on why they're coming down, right? So generally speaking, the more money there is out there, the more money is available to go into Bitcoin. It's actually kind of a weird thing. I don't think that we really understand it yet. But there's some speculation that Bitcoin kind of acts as like a blow off valve now. Like, you're trying to pump the economy, you're trying to get inflation come up, and it doesn't happen because instead of going into markets and assets, it goes into Bitcoin. Could be. But why do rates come down? Well, if it's coming down because we're concerned about the economy, there's a crisis, then yeah, then Bitcoin comes down too, right? Because ultimately, while the adherents want, or at least used to claim, that Bitcoin was a store of value, it really ends up being mostly a risk asset. Something that people get into when they expect other people to be speculating, and you're just trying to beat the crowd, right? So if interest rates are just kind of normalizing, that could be good for Bitcoin. And I do kind of feel like that part of Bitcoin's problem has been that interest rates are much higher, right? When interest rates went much higher, like it's been kind of dead since then. And if it wasn't for the whole ETF thing, I don't think that last run in Bitcoin would have happened. So, you know, if we're going into a recession, then yeah, Bitcoin probably takes it on the nose. And then I wonder, because when Bitcoin took off after COVID, I was a little bit surprised. Because it took off too early, you know? Like it got absolutely slaughtered, and then it took off really quickly. So, figure. Don't you think in that case it would have been even more interesting environment for serious altcoins? Yeah, except for that, you know, I kind of feel like that the market has kind of given up on altcoins too. I mean, the thing you got to remember about the Bitcoin ecosystem is that nobody actually needs it, right? It was envisioned as cashless money. I don't know what's the term that they use, right? That the vision for Bitcoin was that it would be a currency that people would use, that people would get paid in, that people would pay for things with, that would allow them to carry out transactions without the government being involved. And what happened was some group of people that are in charge of the main Bitcoin development, I guess you could say, decided that it would make more sense if the miners were making a ton of money from it rather than everybody else, and basically made it so that you can't really actually use it. There's not enough room in the block that gets, you know, found every 10 minutes or whatever it is. There's not enough root, like physical memories or digital memory space, let's say. There's not enough digital memory space in the block to carry everybody's transactions. So if you put a transaction in and you don't have a very high bounty on it, it could be months, if not years. I haven't been watching the block for a while, but I think that there are some transactions in there that haven't been carried out for like years now, right? Because you just literally can't use it. So if people literally can't use it, then what is the impetus for people to buy and sell treasuries? Or, man, you know what? My brain is just not quite going yet. You got to give me a few more minutes. What is the reason for people to buy Bitcoin? Only speculation. The only reason anybody buys Bitcoin is because they expect more money to come in behind them, and they will be able to sell it for a high price. That's the only reason that anybody gets it now, because you can't actually use it, right? See, the dollar why do people buy dollars? Because they have to. Because to make certain transactions, like if you want to buy oil, for instance, you have to use dollars. If you get paid in the United States, it's probably in dollars. That's the thing that drives it. And it's the same thing with the treasuries. There is this ecosystem that runs on treasuries. Banks and other institutions, they have to have treasuries. Their business relies on treasuries. And the only place where that's really true in the cryptocurrency industry is the miners. The miners, their business, they get Bitcoins and then they sell them. That's really it. That's really it, right? So it's all driven by speculation. Then you kind of have this issue when it becomes a popular thing that everybody knows about, right? Early on in the Bitcoin days, there was no real money in it. Hardly anybody knew about it. Post 2017, everybody knows about Bitcoin. And I would wager that probably the majority of people in the United States have been burned by Bitcoin at least once, right? So why are you going to get into Bitcoin or get into some sort of altcoin? Well, some altcoins do claim to have utility, right? They have faster block size, bigger block size. They allow you to carry out contracts within the transactions. There's some that are trying to be like taking advantage of compute power, of network power, of disk space. But you know what? Since 2017, well, I guess you could say after 2020 there was the whole Doge mania, right? But other than that, people just don't care about altcoins. And I really don't see what an altcoin is going to do, what they're going to put in there that would capture the public interest. Like, because whatever it is probably already exists, Because it makes it interesting for corporation to use public blockchains that they could not use before without privacy. Well, have you ever wondered, like, so something I've always thought is kind of curious is that Monero doesn't actually do that well. Isn't that interesting? Like, the one cryptocurrency that I kind of feel like they really put some practical thought into people using it. So they made it so that it actually has privacy, right? And I mean, it does okay, but compared to other cryptocurrencies, yeah, it doesn't have smart contracts. It doesn't. But like, that's the thing, is that a cryptocurrency that actually gets used is or that is intended to be used isn't interesting to people. The investors don't put money into that. They put money into the thing that they think other people are going to put money into, and so that means they put all of the money into the popular one, which is Bitcoin. Right? It's just flow factors applied to Bitcoin. What are the flow factors in Bitcoin? There's not very many of them. And so you're just left with like sentiment, speculation. How about changes? Money going where utility? Well, I personally, I don't. Like, here's the thing. I think that the original idea behind Bitcoin is fundamentally flawed. They want a currency that does not have the government involved. And the government involvement in money is the truly great financial innovation of our day. Before the 1920s, 30s, and of course there was that whole depression thing where they kind of screwed up. It took in the 70s, and it's taken them a long time to learn how to manage it. But we simply would not have the economy that we have today. We simply would not have the financial systems and the markets that we have today if it was not for centrally managed fiat currencies. The economy is more stable because we have a Federal Reserve. It's so weird to me that people get super, this is a group of people on the right that are like super anti-Federal Reserve. They want to abolish the Federal Reserve. They think the Federal Reserve. Well, I get that when you have centralized money in it like that, that provides opportunity for corruption. It does. And even with all of the controls that we have in place, you can see even right now, the politicians, Donald Trump in particular, trying to manipulate the market in his favor, right? But Besant is coming in and trying to create a stop run in treasuries to bring interest rates down to help them for the midterms. They are doing other things that they kind of have access to try and pump up the economy and or support certain markets, right? And that's exactly the thing that the anti-Federal Reserve people hate, right? But the reality is that the Federal Reserve increases financial stability so much that we are all better off. We're all richer because of it. So it would be nice if we could do some things to try and tamp down on the corruption that happens. But ultimately, you need a currency that reacts to the current conditions, right? If there's not enough money flowing in the economy, then you need to be able to create money and flow it into the system. And we have this neat system we've built up where we've found institutions that are really good at deciding where money should go to get the best return. And so the banks are the ones that print the money and make loans, and the money gets to where it needs to go. So kind of funny, like, so there's some other proposals going around about how we should distribute that. Like, could the Federal Reserve just give everybody a wallet and just create money that way? That would probably be a disaster. Because there's no thought to how it will be spent. You're just going to print a lot of money, and then it's going to go to waste. It's not going to go into anything productive, right? It's just the way it is. And before we had this, because there was this whole thing, there was like the Bank of the U.S., and then Andrew Jackson got rid of it. And so there's that time period of about 100 years, I think it is. It's not quite 100 years, no. It's like 50 years, where they didn't have a central bank of any kind. And that time period is the most financially tumultuous, right? Like, oh, we have 2008, and that was kind of a big deal, and we're still kind of feeling the repercussions of that. We had COVID. That we're still feeling the repercussions of COVID. I really think that a lot of what we're seeing in the economy, because I don't know, I was looking through my finances. We're in a pretty good spot, but I don't feel like I'm getting ahead or really stashing anything away. And it feels like it's been tough for a really long time, and there's a lot of people that have been struggling, and it's just been years and years and years and years of that, right? That's pretty tough. I really think that it is like COVID. The economic history after a large pandemic like that is usually not very good. But anyways, you go back to the period where we didn't have a central bank, you had an event like the 2008 crisis like every 5 years. It was crazy. The financial stability does wonders. So I really think that Bitcoin is like getting rid of the greatest financial innovation we have. And the irony of it all is that if the Bitcoin maximalists actually got their way and everybody started using Bitcoin, it would probably be a complete disaster and one of the worst things that could happen to Bitcoin. Because it's a deflationary currency. So if the whole US economy was based on Bitcoin now, and like the government didn't even bother printing dollars because just everything was done in Bitcoin, then when you get a recession, there's no way to get out of the recession without, making a change to the protocol. And then what do you have? You have a central bank again. Yeah, Paul. Stores stopped adopting it a while back, I feel like. That was in the... Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, and it was after 2017, right? Oh, it's kind of funny to think about, right? Like, because at the time that the whole blockchain war happened and... what do they call it? What do they call the break off Bitcoin? That's funny that I can't even remember now. There's that whole fight over the blockchain, like everybody's forgotten about it. Yeah, what's the... I bet if I go to the coin market cap, Bitcoin Cash. Okay, yeah, it's block size works. Yeah, so in 2017, one of the things that kind of sparked the mania that happened in 2017 was there was a protocol improvement. I can't even remember what it is. Anyways, basically there was a proposal out there to increase the block size. So like right now, you can only have a block that gets created every 10 minutes is only, I think, like 10 megabytes or something like that. And so you can only fit so many transactions inside of that, right? And this was a thing that was pointed out very, very, very early on. And Satoshi said, oh yeah, and then you just increase the block size. You just make it so that the blocks are a gigabyte. And some people didn't like that. Some people didn't like that suggestion. Because one, if the block size is larger, then people don't have any incentive to put a large bounty on their transaction. Because the way that it works is you submit your transaction and you put a bounty on it. You say, I will pay $5 or whatever it is in Bitcoin for you to process my transaction. And so when the miners do their thing, they sweep in 1 megabyte of the most profitable transactions. Okay. So if you want to guarantee that you're going to be executed in the next 10 minutes, then you have to place your bounty higher than everybody else and get yourself in that top megabyte of transactions, right? So the miner gets all of those bounties when they find the block, right? So they were convinced by the miners that it would be better if they got a bigger block, or sorry, they got a bigger bounty, which meant keeping the block small. But what I would call the originalists, the people that were dedicated, that liked Bitcoin because they wanted it to be peerless cash or whatever, they wanted to increase the block size as Satoshi had originally like promoted. So they had this protocol to increase it to a gigabyte. There was also this other change wherein they were going to kind of rearrange a few things and just make more size in the block rather than making it bigger. Okay. So when that happened, there's this huge fight, and everybody was trying to accumulate as much Bitcoin as they could and everything, because that would determine, like you all get a vote. That would determine which, well, it's not even how much Bitcoin you have. It's like how much mining power you have, right? If everybody decides to mine, you make a new version. If the majority of people decide to mine on that new version, then you win, right? And basically what happened was it was really, really close, but the guys that wanted to keep the block size where it was won. And so when that happened, the losers that wanted to have peerless cash broke off and created Bitcoin Cash, which is now number 17 on coinmarketcap.com, which is pretty wild. So basically, they lost, and then because they lost, hardly any money went into Bitcoin Cash. And in fact, there is a massive amount of propaganda and everything. Like if you go to the Bitcoin subreddits, like if you go to the Bitcoin subreddit and you want to talk about Bitcoin Cash, you'll just get banned. You just get straight up banned. It was censored and all of this because all of these people they're invested in the main Bitcoin, and anybody that's putting money into something else, that's money that could have been into Bitcoin, right? So yeah, that whole fight, like most people don't even know that was like the biggest thing to happen in crypto ever, and now it's kind of like been memory wiped, like nobody talks about it now. If I was a popular streamer, I would probably get all of these people getting very, very angry for me for talking about it. Like, seriously. Let's see here. Fun problems will come around because of quantum changes. Yeah, maybe. There has definitely been a lot of discussion about quantum lately, hasn't there? And some people were speculating that quantum was maybe one of the things holding Bitcoin back and why it wasn't going anywhere. Do you think that the rise in Bitcoin really was because the treasury was putting money into the long run, the long end? Which again, this story from Zero Hedge, it's worth talking about today, because the story from Zero Hedge is probably the reason Besant was trying to do that is because he's trying to squeeze the shorts in the treasuries. Which kind of says to me, by the way, if you're seeing the treasuries like pushing up strongly, like don't fight that. Okay? You're starting to see stops long in the treasuries. Just go with it. Don't try and get the mean reversion trade or like, oh, here's a great place for me to double down on my this is probably a bad idea. If there's really going to be like a true short run in that thing, right? But cryptocurrency was moving up because I think not just because he did that, but also because it kind of didn't help. Didn't really move the treasuries that much, Well, probably the only thing that will really move the treasuries is oil coming down more. So that kind of sucks for them. But with the treasuries coming up, interest rates coming down because of a short squeeze, would that just strengthen the resolve of the cryptocurrency people? You know what I mean? So where I'm saying that like you could have that happen and then Bitcoin goes up more. But there's all these crazy risks in crypto. I think another thing that's kind of going on is this Clarity Act. That one, I'm kind of weirded out. I still don't understand why the cryptocurrency people think that the Clarity Act will be good for them. I don't think it will be. I think that I think that probably a lot of Bitcoin's movement up was from borrowed money. That if they tried to pull all of the dollars out of Bitcoin, that they'd find out that they don't have them. Tether in particular, they don't have enough dollars to back all of the Tether that they've printed. Because they're basically acting like a bank and letting people borrow money. And then Michael Saylor, he put money into Bitcoin from borrowed money, and that, like, there's some real risks. And then there's Quantum, the owner of the quantum computer with the government contracts, would then just give the government full power of it again, just like USD. Anyways, so yeah, it doesn't matter. Well, but supposedly there are some ways to make a currency that is like quantum safe. So that will be kind of the interesting thing, is eventually there will be a Bitcoin improvement protocol proposition to use a new algorithm that is quantum safe. Well, supposedly there are some ways to make an AI smart too, but I haven't seen that done yet. Have you not used Fable, man? I think Fable's so smart, man. I don't know. It's kind of wild. I've been thinking a lot about I've been thinking a lot about the AI stuff and like, what is the end game here? Because like, there was a story that Sam Altman was saying he kind of misjudged the timeline for things, right? And so far, it seems to me that my early predictions are correct. That there are some fundamental issues with AI that prevents it from replacing people. It augments people, and people can be a lot more efficient using AI. But you can, like, where did AI like run into the wall? It was when when agents came along. Now you need to make these. Everybody wants to make these agentic workflows, and what they found was that they were dangerous. The AI would do something that they wasn't supposed to, and it'd be a big problem. You need to in order for like processes like that to work, you have to have really, really high accuracy. There is a blockchain that has decentralized governance and quantum resistance. Well, I can think of multiple currencies that have tried to do that stuff. Anyways, since it's a language model that people really want to believe is intelligence, whatever, just let AI believers get filled with slop and wonder what is happening. Well, like the thing is, AIs make mistakes for sure, right? So you really want a human covering it, right? But the thing that is kind of unclear is, like, how much does it matter? Like, humans aren't perfect. The code that humans write isn't perfect, right? The humans make mistakes, and then you have all of these controls in place and everything to ensure that what the humans do doesn't have problems, or that we're able to deal with it when the problems surface, right? So all of those processes can apply to code that's written by AI too. What's the limit of it? Like how much slop can you inject into something before it becomes a problem, essentially, right? And or are certain processes, like certain testing processes and review processes and stuff, is that enough to keep the slop down to where it doesn't become a huge problem? Because here's the thing, man. Everybody in the software industry is using it, right? Everybody in the software industry is using it now. So, when does this supposed AI slop bill that everybody keeps warning about come due? Because I haven't seen it yet. At least at work, you use the AI and it goes through the same kind of review process. They're relatively small pull requests. See where it starts to get is when you're building a new product, like we're building with our GUI, and you're using AI and you're injecting tens of thousands of lines at a time. Which, speaking of which, I should come and make a pull request here and look at how big it was. The one that we did. I reviewed it pretty thoroughly with the AI, and I did some pretty thorough manual testing. Ooh, we should open it up, by the way. Oh no, it's already open. It's just been going this whole time. But I should stop it and restart it because there was just a few little changes for the review. So you always want to kind of check that. So we do that, and oh yes, and then over here we need to push the changes. There we go. Okay. So like the thing is that if I plan it with Fable, and then I have Opus Medium carry it out, and then I have then I have Fable review the code and review a couple of key things, it gives me pretty good code. Gives me pretty good stuff. I still have to intervene. Definitely still have to intervene. Like the narrative, AI will replace all software engineers. Like, kind of, I've always laughed at it. And I still laugh at it, I guess. I just don't think that's happening anytime soon. Oh, I don't really need this one. I'm just close this one. So, it might take us decades to sort it out, where people will start doing studies and showing, oh, okay, if we use this process versus this process, this is better. And if you allow the pull requests to get over X size, or you push more than X amount of code per person, that the quality starts to go down. And then we'll know where the limits are. Well, what if it was actually artificial intelligence? I mean, I think it is artificial intelligence, though. Like, the way that a large language model works is the same way that our brains work as it pertains to, like, how we do language and social interactions and things like that. The difference is just that our brains have other systems attached. Which is where it comes back to this thing that's like, in order for AI to really get to the next level, they're going to have to implement other technologies other than large language models. I don't know. So here's what you should do if you haven't done this. I think maybe a lot of people haven't done this because if you're not paying the subscription, then you never got access to Fable, right? But take a problem that you have, especially if it's like a business strategy kind of problem, and ask Fable about it. Because I've gotten Fable to give me some pretty groundbreaking realizations. Things that like I would always ask the other models occasionally and argue with the model about, and like it just goes nowhere because it is just kind of pulling on the existing text on the internet. So it wants to argue or complain about a particular issue rather than cutting through with an actual actionable strategy that will actually solve the problem. And you give it to Fable and it thinks about it and it comes up with solutions. It's amazing, man. It is really, truly amazing. And Fable will do things, will give you strategy and stuff that you cannot do on your own. So that's kind of like the weird thing about it is like, I mean, do we doubt that AI provides utility? That AI provides value? It absolutely does. Doesn't replace software engineers, I don't think. The idea that it's going to replace all workers seems a little too fantastical to me. But it's a game changer. It's a game changer for all workers. All work is different now. I mean, it's happened in the software industry. It's going to be happening in other industries. As time goes on, it's just going to get better. Everybody will be working with AI. There will still be people. You'll still have jobs. It will still be like you can't completely trust what the AI does and all of that sort of stuff. But everybody uses it, man. There's serious value in it, and it supercharges. I mean, I am literally able to do the work of like 20 people. It's insane. Yeah, I think every bit of code that I've written in my GUI is code that I could have written myself, but it probably would have taken me 100 times longer to figure it all out. Right? Just totally ignore all the issues that people are. Well, but here's the thing: like, are we just totally ignoring all of the issues that people are having with people? Right? Like, employees don't do dumb things sometimes. Those kind of like implies that there's this bar that like it has to be perfect and nobody complains about it, and then maybe we can say AI is a thing. No. People are using it. It provides serious value. It has already changed the world. And as time goes by, 10 years from now, you'll look at it. You'll look at it as an even larger invention than the internet. And then the crazy thing is that the innovations are just going to compile on top of each other, right? And then you're going to get the synergies between them, and then you're going to really start to see crazy things, right? Because on top of AI, then you get robotics, because AI enables certain types of robotics. So pretty soon, I think within the next 5 to 10 years, everybody will have robot housemates. And then on top of that, you have innovations in quantum computing. And then who knows what's beyond that, man? Nuclear fusion maybe might be another thing, so we can use more power. Just one thing on top of another. It gets crazy. It's kind of funny though. Like, people will overestimate it, right? Like, again, is it gonna replace everybody? No, probably not. But it doesn't have an effing religion. Like, I don't know. I kind of feel like I don't understand the thesis, right? Yeah, I feel like it's more like an event about everybody likes AI too much, rather than like, where is the technology actually going and what is actually the best ways to use it, right? Yeah, one of the things that really bothers me about some internet discussion is that it used to be on the internet, there would be an argument about something, and you would write essays. Basically, you have a thesis, and then here's all the 3 points that back up my thesis. Now a lot of internet discussion is just venting, right? It's just people know that you use certain emotional language, it gets responses. And I see that a lot in AI. I don't know if that's Paul's intention, but like, a lot of the discussion that I do see on Reddit is kind of like, okay, so where are you going with this, right? Because when you read their words, it seems to imply that they're saying nobody should use AI. Nobody should use AI, and we'll all stop using it soon. I mean, if that's what somebody's thesis is, you could be really wrong about the thesis, right? My thesis is pretty much everybody will use AI in their work. It will not replace everybody, but pretty much everybody will use AI in their work, and it will cause productivity to skyrocket. And then I guess my second thesis is that in the long run, it will be a deflationary factor. Right now, it's inflationary because like data center build out and all of that sort of stuff. But once you get past that, and maybe the models become more efficient and so on and so forth, yeah, it's going to be deflationary. That's my thesis. Okay, so, oh yeah, I was gonna create a pull request. So in this pull request, maybe I should have pulled it earlier. I have made 21 commits to it. Can you believe that? I don't know how many lines of code that is. It's probably it's enough that GetT kind of like becomes unresponsive when trying to browse the page. Oh. 47 changed files with 13,000 additions and 793 deletions. Okay. Well, I don't make the pull request until I've already reviewed it, so. You can do dash code. Okay, so Steph, I was wondering about that today because it seems to me that you shouldn't use dash code review because it will burn up your entire usage. Yeah, but a lot of tokens, yeah. So like yesterday, I was just going through like my final kind of so I had gone through this series of review checkpoints, like at interim steps through this pull request. And then I was doing the final review. And then the final thing that I do is the dash code review, right? And I felt like I had hardly used it at all. And then I was already at my limit. I was like, what? Couldn't believe it. And when it finished, it only found 3 things. Can you believe that? So I guess that shows I really am doing a lot along the way. But this is where it kind of starts to make you wonder a little bit again, is like, okay, when you combine all of okay, here I made a feature, but one, the AI probably made more than it actually really needed to, and we had to go through these multiple reviews and everything. I mean, like, that was like a whole week, I think. I think that was almost a whole week to get, like, to fix some of the plumbing behind, and then get the indicators that being able to show the whole thing was okay. Getting an indicator to draw as a candle was pretty easy, but getting cumulative delta to draw as a candle with wicks required basically adding tick replay, and then tick replay being added exposed all of these other weaknesses in the code that I had to fix. So it was like a week-long thing. And if I had been writing everything just myself, how long would that have taken me? Well, I don't know. I can't even fathom, because it's like 13,000 lines. And if you write 100 lines a day, oh geez, actually, when you start thinking about it like that, that's pretty crazy. That's like over a year's worth of work for me. Right. Oh, hey, Salim, how are you? I know something funny. People are figuring out how to harvest free tokens to use with AI from a bunch of businesses who implemented chatbot. So you use their tokens. You have a question about stocks feed? Okay. This makes me wonder about some of these things. So like I was thinking somebody so on Reddit yesterday. Oh my gosh, I probably shouldn't tell you guys about this one, but I'm going to tell you guys about this one. There was this thread on Reddit that was basically like, oh, why don't people listen to quants? Here, I'll find the actual thread. Why don't we get advice from quants, market makers, and banks instead of gurus? Wow, the new generation of traders are heavily influenced by gurus online. Why not follow market makers, quants, and institutional bankers? Why bother watching gurus and following them? They are essentially content creators, unprofessional. Sure, they might have 20K in payouts, but what about the blanket that covers their losses? Market makers and quants literally have audited statements that show they can be profitable over a long time to be best in class. Would you follow somebody with 10 ELO or a grandmaster? Think about that. Talking about TJR specifically. Yeah. Okay, cool. So then I said, well, quants aren't allowed to post on social media. They can't share their edge, and it probably won't be applicable to your account size. He says, yeah, no shit, but how about taking their advice? Okay, well, anybody claiming to be a quant dispensing advice is probably LARPing. There's decent public research out there that you can look up, though, right? Because if you're working for like Jane Street, they don't allow you to post on Twitter about what you're doing. They're very, very restrictive about what you can do on social media. They can talk about themselves. They can't talk anything about finance, right? So his response to me was, "Oh, so Thomas Skinner is a LARP. Interesting. Last I saw in his LinkedIn, founder of QuantPad plus Columbia. Yeah, it seems like a LARP 100%." Okay. Well, I like Thomas. He hasn't worked in the industry. So what's your definition of a quant? I don't understand, like, so if he well, I mean, I appreciate Thomas because he actually shows you data, right? That's great. But I mean, he's still a content creator. He's not like entirely professional. Like, what's the difference? I don't see it. I don't see it. And then so I was thinking about him, right? Because he has this QuantPad thing, and you know, he was constantly doing some of these things like, you know, I would like to test this or that, and I'm like, oh, hey, I can get the data for you, and he just kind of always ignored me. I was like, yes, because you're building the QuantPad thing in the background, right? But then I'm not actually impressed with QuantPad, to be honest with you, because we basically manage a system like that at work. We use Jupyter Hub, and we have to create like an exile zone where all of that stuff can run, where it doesn't really have any connections with anything else, so that even if somebody did find some sort of backdoor with it, you can't do very much with it. And I'm you know, like, one of the things is that it like integrates with AI and everything, but I'm like, yeah, but that's just like, now you're just an AI wrapper, and doesn't that just give people an opportunity to abuse your AI wrapper to get more tokens? How does that work? It just doesn't sound to me like a solid business strategy. Really anything that is like, I have an application and part of my application is sending requests to OpenAI and coming back, probably not a good business. People are working on building the super token spender 5000 right now. Imagine an AI whose job is just to use as many tokens as possible. Yeah, it could be coming. Well, I mean, I do kind of think that there could be a point at which the models and the compute power and everything becomes so efficient that even using things like Fable is trivial. But that's going to be a long time from now. And how many companies are just going to get drug under by the costs of it in the meantime, right? And then you have to be extra scared to allow any AI connections in what you're reading right now is why. Well, but, you know, so I would definitely not like integrate. I would not make my software as a service business an AI wrapper for sure. But, you know, making your product so that AIs can use it really, really well. Yeah. How do you connect Stock's data feed API with an outside platform like MT5? So if you're using MT5, you basically have to have a market provider that MT5 supports that gives you stocks. If you want stock market depth data, then the only ones I'm aware of that really provide that is DXFeed. I'm sure that there are others, but DXFeed is kind of the one in our space that's doing that. I don't know. MT5 probably doesn't have DXFeed, but it might. I would have to check. Right? but it's entirely dependent on the platform. If it doesn't already exist, it can be pretty hard to plug it in. You know, like on my platform, when I think that adding DX feed should be a relatively straightforward thing, because they do have something that runs through a WebSocket, and you know, there's some places where you kind of have to deal with the differences between the feeds so that they can still plug into the same system. It's a lot of work. But for DX feed, probably not too bad. Probably a few weeks. But once you start adding more and more and more, it gets exponentially harder, right? So that's why you don't just see, like, you know, MT5 adding a new data provider every week, right? Like, there's some real costs to their business. Which is why today still, usually it's going to be, you'll have one platform for futures and one platform for stocks, right? That's probably what you're going to do. Can you use AI to program something to bridge the gap if they connect? I probably not. I mean, I don't really know much about MT5, but like if we wanted to bridge the gap in NinjaTrader, I don't think you could do it without NinjaTrader's help. I don't think you can do it without NinjaTrader's help. All in one would be the best. Oh yeah. Well, I think that what we want to do, yeah, stocks, crypto, futures, everything. I think what I want to do is, let's talk about the plan, because maybe so Steph is helping me work on this thing now. So if he has some thoughts or wants to change some of this plan, we should talk about it, because maybe he has better ideas than me. But my current plan is, I want to get the main charting features out of the way here, and then I want to move into a limited alpha stage, whereby we're giving the GUI to a couple, 10, 20 people. Oh, you know what? Actually, let me take that back. Let me start over again. Right now, we're in a limited alpha stage. So you guys here on the channel, you send me a message on Discord. If you have Rhythmic data, I will give you a license that will allow you to use the trading platform during this alpha time. Okay. And that will be just Rhythmic, and just charts. Okay. Once we've gone through that alpha mode, and I feel pretty confident that this is working on a number of machines, and we know where the problems are and stuff to be able to support it, I want to move into a beta phase, where I think that we would start integrating execution into it, and handling customer requests, right? Like it would be a beta, so that would mean you've purchased the application, people that have purchased the application, and we would be trying to get like 10 to 20 people in that beta, something like that, right? Go through that period, and then when we go live, I'm hoping that we would have everything. Like we would have execution too, because we got stuff, and stuff's pretty far along from what I've seen. So then we go live. After we go live, once I have enough customers to cover the costs of it, then we integrate DX feed. We integrate DX feed after launch. And then probably after DX feed, it would probably be data bendo. Right. But we would have to, from there on, it would, it'd be too hard to predict, because at that point, I think once you've, I don't know if I want to do this during the beta phase or at launch, but then you start talking to the prop firms and trying to make deals with prop firms where they pay for the GUI to for licenses for the GUI. Do some business to business selling. So that's kind of the plan. So the thing is like originally I just wanted to be like, I'll make the thing and then go live at the end of the summer. And we're basically like I'd say the end of this week, it's the end of the summer. So how close was I? How close was I? Oh, okay. So, don't have this spread subseries. ATR is kind of like, oh, we might as well. I don't think volume profile is going to be in there. See, this stuff is housekeeping. You know what I'm going to do. AC yank. I don't know how I want to reorganize this list, but candle indicators and color schemes is done. Oh, you know what else I don't have in here is I don't have native indicators, stop markers, yeah. Okay, so I want to be here. I want to be here before the end of the week. So I want to have the native indicators, the stop markers, and an installer. Oh, and also spread subseries. Those are all of the things that I want to have like on the charts for you guys to see here on the stream, essentially. So those are the key things. And some of this stuff down here I think kind of counts, but it's okay for it to be bleeding off into the fall. Would be, you know, the kind of polish stuff. You should design your own candle. Oh boy, what would I put in my own candle? What are you saying about MT5? MT5 is the most evil platform. Everything they did was for evil. Everything they didn't do was for evil. But darn, they did a great job on customization and stuff. Isn't it how they grew? I don't know. No, I think that how they grew was because they were basically like the only platform that did Forex. And I don't know how big they actually are. I do have to say, I've been seeing more stuff about MT5 lately. like a hike in a sheet. Oh, so here's the thing though. I really hate those kinds of bars. I don't like hike in a sheet and Renko bars because they're basically lying to you. And then people turn around and they try and backtest them, and they don't realize that there's like look ahead bias like built into the actual bar. So I don't really like now a couple of different ways of showing certain things. You know, like one of the things that I've kind of been looking at, and every time that I start to think and look at it, I decide, this is more important, is I want to have like more advanced effects. You know, there's all sorts of really crazy drawing effects that we can do that you can't do in other platforms that could perhaps show you information. You know, like what if you could visually represent the orders hitting the book, you know, on the chart here, so that I can keep you, so that you can, even while you're watching the bar move, you can get some idea of the pace of the orders and the size of the orders and stuff like that. You know, like there's all sorts of curious things that you could do there. And I think that we're going to spend a little bit of time on making a footprint chart that's really cool for people. But I think the main focus is the indicator ecosystem. Right. Like, I think the thing that's going to grow our platform is having an ecosystem built on Python. And I'm going to have some things built in there from the very beginning that will really make a big difference as to what type of stuff people make. Right? Because the base tools will already be there, whereas in NinjaTrader you kind of have to make them yourself, and then there's kind of all these little irritating idiosyncrasies that make it hard to like give to other people and stuff like that. With this, you know, like the tools are already there, so everything that people are making are things that are completely order flow and machine learning aware. US software have this disgusting and irritating thing that they build a rigid display and mold an entire generation into you. Heck, the level 2 on stocks platform is still the same as the 70s. But, you know, I really think the reason that we have the opportunity that we do is because most of these trading platforms were built like 10 or 20 years ago. Like NinjaTrader 8's big innovation, the thing that they had kind of put in there and that improved things was having multiple data series. And then tick replay. I wouldn't say that it was like built with that in mind, but it was definitely there, right? So all of the things that we've kind of learned about order flow and that would be useful about order flow since then are kind of like tacked onto NinjaTrader by developers like me, right? In the past, UI wasn't the most important if the information was great, but now our attention spans are fried. I expect good UI. I expect it to have a color or two. Yeah. Well, NinjaScript did really good. Like the way that their API is organized is good. And I worked really hard to make it so that. So let's fix this up really quick. Yeah, no, that's right. Okay. Yeah, here we go. So like here's an indicator that we made as a example. So you have the properties that you have to pass into it to get some things. These are the like the inputs to the indicator itself, right? And then you have to tell it like what it outputs. You have to tell it like the data series. So this is like the add plot in NinjaTrader, essentially, right? And then there is an init. There's an init function, and this stuff is all methods unique to the algorithm itself. And then you just have on update. Have on update there, and that's it. That's the whole indicator. And this is an indicator with full machine learning. This runs a full machine learning algorithm doing hidden Markov regimes. Do that in NinjaTrader. I mean, you can do it in NinjaTrader, but like pulling in the library and everything is a complete pain in the butt, right? Here, it's just included in NumPy. Easy peasy. So yeah, making stuff in this is gonna be really cool, and I'm really excited because I think one of the questions would be like, well, Seth, if this platform gives you such an advantage, why would you sell it to anybody? Well, yeah, that's a good question. And one is, well, I don't expect you to make millions of dollars from trading. For retail trading is very, the amount that you can make is very, very limited. But there is a temptation still for me to just keep it to myself. But the thing is that there's so much value from having an ecosystem around it, right? I put this out, and then people look at it and start using Claude and all of this sort of stuff to make more indicators and put them out, and there's just going to be all sorts of crazy stuff that you can add in that the other platforms can't do. It's too hard, right? So that ecosystem in that community is super, super valuable. That's why we're doing it. Made for traders by traders. There you go. The marketing theme that I've been thinking about is the focus is really on power, right? This platform gives you unlimited power because the other platforms had limitations that we fought really hard to try and get around, and just ultimately found that it was easier to just make your own platform. I wouldn't say easier, but better to make your own platform. Making a platform has been really hard. I've been working on it all summer. I feel like I just started doing it, but no, we've been doing this now for a couple of months, man. And I've done a lot. We're building a full futures trading platform that works on rhythmic data. And we're going to make it a platform that you can purchase. You can either buy a lifetime license, or you can pay a monthly fee. I haven't decided on what those things should be. No, it is written in Rust. The platform being written in Rust is a key part of how we're able to do what we do. Super performance. Yeah. So like, I'm broke. I don't have any money. Well, don't worry, Amir. You can use our limited alpha. Maybe for some of you guys here on the stream, I might even give you a free beta key. What is it able to do? Well, right now, here's the other screen. So we're able to draw charts. It's able to do cumulative delta. That's what this subseries is. Actually, all of these on here, subseries. We have multiple different you can add indicators on it, right? We have a bunch of different example indicators that we've created. And then let's minimize this so you can come over here. So for instance, here's our ES chart. So it has a cumulative delta on here. This is also a cumulative delta. Maybe I should just remove that one, by the way. This one right here. Okay, cool. When I remove it, did you notice that it was removed instantly? Yeah. And one of the indicators that I have on there is an opening range indicator. That's what that is. That's showing us the opening range. You can also, change the colors. This is something that we've done recently. I can actually change all of the colors of everything all at once. So yeah. I'm working on the next thing I'm working on is we have Python indicators, but we don't actually have native Rust indicators. So I want to do that because then it also has the stop markers is something that we're going to make. So we can detect when orders are converted into stops. So we're going to make a marker that shows that to you on the chart. So that's kind of the things. So we're going to include that. And then another thing that it does is it has synthetic instruments. So here's the dollar index on here, right? It's just its own chart. It's not a subseries like it has to be in my NinjaTrader version of it, right? It does pretty much all the same features that the synthetic instrument does. So for that, you can very easily define your own synthetic instruments in here now. I come over here and go to Tools, Synthetic Instruments, and then you can see that there are some synthetic instruments that have been defined. So I have simple ones, that is the knob, right? 2ZN minus 1ZB. But then we also have the dollar index, which is this long, right? 50 times the power of the 60 times that, right? This whole big long thing, right? I should probably change that so that it's a bigger box. But anyways, and then you can override the tick size of it. So you can define your own synthetic instruments. So this basically does the really, really important things that my indicators on NinjaTrader do. That I'm like, why don't the platform ship with these things? Well, our platform ships with Make where you choose the ticker or the drawings or the colors, make that part just a square bar where it needs to be with just a chart that goes at the top. I'm not sure I completely follow you, but another thing that I've done that I'm kind of proud of, the chart is mostly just a chart, and then I only have little things at the top for the instrument, the time frame, and then there's this thing for drawings. Oh yeah, that's another thing that I've added that I kind of forget about is I have drawings. You can do drawings now. Come and select it. I can move it around really easily. I can change the color of it. I can make it go to the right forever. All of that. I think I need to change a couple more things because I don't necessarily like the text being drawn there always by default. Maybe I would prefer the text to be over here, or maybe I would prefer the text to only show up when I'm mousing over it, something like that. And then I can delete the drawing. Ta-da. Okay, yeah, so we have drawings. But then, if I want to change the chart, I click on, well, let's do it on this one. If I want to change this chart from ES, click here. Oh, opens up a whole window with all of the instruments that I need. And I can add favorites. So there's none of this like, in Ninja Trader, you click it and you don't get the instrument that you want and you don't know what you have. And right now, this one, whole window, it has them organized by the different market types. Right? Cool. Yeah. Without an empty gray bar going all the way across the bar. Well, I suppose I technically probably do have a gray bar going all the way across the top, right? But I'd still say we maximize the chart space, right? Also, I added the cursor in there. I'm really proud of how well the cursor works. I had some plans to add some special effects to the cursor, but I decided to do that later. This wasn't that important. Can make it floating. Probably could make it floating. I would like to have something where like, well, except for that, I don't know because you have these buttons right here, but yeah, one of the things that I need to work on is the UI components that lets you like resize and move things, because I want to be able to make it this 2x4 grid and have it be a perfect grid. So each box is the same size, very, very easily. And right now you kind of have to just do it by hand. And it's hard to tell where because there's not a border, right? So it's hard to tell which, like this right here. Well, it's always to the right. The axis is always to the right. But when you look at it over here, you're like, is this number for this chart or this chart? There needs to be a line between them, right? What's the NQ order book look like at the US Open? Well, we can look at that, in fact. But that's NQ right now. We had it open. But Steph is working on the order book parts. And I think that we're gonna, so I'm still working, which by the way, I haven't heard back from the lawyer because we have to incorporate to do all this stuff. And I got a guy working on it. Got a guy. But I haven't heard from him this week. Spoke to him on Thursday and I haven't heard from him. Hopefully today, though. Oh, sometimes you might want to invert a chart. Yeah, that's actually a good thought. There's a, you can have an invert indicator, but you should, but you know what you could do? Ooh, let's try it. Let's try it. See, these are, doing something like this live is maybe a little risky, but okay. So let's put on this chart here the Japanese yen. Okay, so there's the Japanese yen. And then you look at the Japanese yen and you're like, yeah, but like that's not the number that is normally associated with it. It's like this teeny tiny little decimal. I don't like that. Okay. Oh, are we getting some news here? Oh, you know what? I'm gonna have to crash. Hold on a second. There we go. HHH, you're showing me jigsaw. No, well, I mean, you can see the jigsaw charts. We don't have the DOM stuff integrated yet. We got to incorporate, and then we'll add that stuff in. There's already some stuff written, but it's not integrated. Anyways, fix things here a little bit. Okay, tools, synthetic instruments, new synthetic. And I'm going to call this one, what should we call it? Is it JPY-USD? I forget the way that it goes, but we'll call it that. And the expression will be 1 divided by S6J. Save. Spread tick size is not derivable from a nonlinear expression. Set an explicit tick size. Okay. 0.1. Save. Okay. So now let's come in here, and instead of the spread, oh, I didn't change the name of it. Let's fix that really quick. Synthetic instruments. Oh, how come it doesn't change the name of it? Okay. It needs to maybe needs some work on the editor window, but it still does the thing that we need, right? Okay, so now we select it, and hey, we get the Japanese yen. Ah, it totally works. I needed to change it because also it doesn't need to be gray bars, but whatever. All right. So it totally works. I can get the Japanese yen with the inverse of 6J without it having to be a sub indicator on a chart. Voila. Pretty neat. And then, it's just super lightning fast and responsive. So like I did this earlier, but I'll do it again. Or was I? I kept doing this yesterday is what it was. I just closed the GUI. I will rebuild it. Oops, that's not what we wanted. Cargo X task run. So it's going to rebuild it first. Okay, you see it's building 501 to 502. Okay. So we wait here a second. Okay, it's now done building. It is starting. The application is starting. Okay, the windows are up. The data is all loaded. Like, it did all of that. It went and requested all of the data and loaded it. Boom. Think about how long it takes for your NinjaTrader to start up, right? And that also included like some tick replays. Actually, the tick replays are still running. You can see it popping up over here. The info messages. Okay, see now you can see the wicks on the ES. So now the tick replay is done. So the whole thing starts up just boom. Because Rust. Now, it might use a lot of memory. There's some optimizations still that we have to make there. Actually, how much memory is it using? It is using 300 megabytes. Hey, that's not too bad. I mean, it uses less than NinjaTrader. So win-win, right? And hey, if I can run this instead of having NinjaTrader and Jigsaw. So Jigsaw is like 300 megabytes and NinjaTrader is like 600 megabytes, right? So I'm running like 900 megabytes. I can have all of this run and only use like 300 or 500. Like that's a win too, right? You use less resources on the machine overall. Ah, you get what I'm saying? So like over the past week in particular, I keep thinking like, I would always have thoughts in my head about, oh, I want to do this business thing or that business thing. Would be really nice when I get to this point to be able to do this and that, right? But like my brain, something has changed. Something has changed in my brain because this is no longer theoretical to me. Like, it will happen. It is going to happen. We are going to release this platform and it's going to be amazing. It's no longer like a pie in the sky pipe dream thing. It's happening. And I think that is because we've been building it and it's gone so well, right? That I've been able to get so far with it on my own and that it works so well and all of my ideas are working so well. To the point where, yeah, I would rather use my own platform. It's just better. Remember the days of efficiency. Remember when 300 megabytes was a lot. I do. So going through that whole okay, so to do the tick replay bars. Should I go into this again? The Rhythmic gives you the signed order flow with the bars. So just by a default bar gives you the cumulative delta. So if you just want a cumulative delta that's just a line, boom, instant. You don't need to use tick replay or anything. But if you want to have wicks, which by the way, kind of seems like isn't worth it. Right? Like the wicks on the cumulative delta aren't very big, are they? Well, maybe during a news event it might matter. We'll see. And it is a 5-minute bar, but I digress. To do that, you have to have a tick replay, which basically means you have to request a 1-tick data series and run through all of the orders and add them up, right? And they only allow you to build 10,000 orders at a time, so you kind of have to split it up and combine them all together and stuff like that, right? So during that, I had kind of found that the AI had kind of drifted from some of the original design decisions. Like it didn't change them or overwrite them or anything like that. It's just that like you would expect it to continue in that vein with it, and it didn't, right? Like when I added some things, it didn't add another channel. So you had situations where a chart was getting events from multiple feeds that it didn't need and it had to discard them, right? So I just did a pass that was spending a lot looking at all of the messages that are being sent between components within the GUI and the memory. Like, where is it being stored and processed so that they're processed very, very quickly, right? And one of the things that can help you process the things more quickly is to just have the data in memory. To just have, each of these data series for the open, high, low, close in a continuous place in memory that's always there, right? So I was concerned, oh, well, you do that. That's going to make the application use a lot of memory. Well, it's not so bad. Now, if you really insisted, like, I want every chart to have 90 days of data in it, then maybe you have a problem, right? But this one, I think that the default is 5. Not that big. Pretty good. And we'll go higher. Oh man, Chrome. It's really crazy to me how web browsers just use more and more and more memory. I'm kind of curious. There was this kid when, which by the way, they haven't. I went to a Rust meetup here in Utah. Interesting people at the Rust meetup, but it's cool because I understand autism. So, I would like to go again, but they haven't made any announcements or done anything, so I don't know if it's happening again. But one of the guys that was there, he was interested in web browser rendering. Like, you know, how do you render what the page is supposed to be like in the most efficient manner to make web browsers more efficient? And there's like one professor in like the world that's actually doing research on this, and he happens to be at the University of Utah, so that's why the kid was here. And they were doing Rust, right? Anyone who downloads Chrome now, it comes with a 4 gigabyte AI model that is loaded local and runs when you run Chrome. Oh wait, really? They went the AI browser route. One of the things that has been really jarring to me is the way in which some people really try to shoehorn AI into their products. Like the company that I work for, they're basically a data company, right? So machine learning in particular has always been very central to what we do. Basically allows you to run machine learning on data that you're sharing between everybody at the company really easily. And then you have all the governance around who can use what data and data transformations and all this sort of stuff, right? So for us, when large language models came around, which happened before the pandemic, right? We already had that as a thing. There was like chatbots built into the platform that you could talk to and all of that. And it's just kind of evolved as AI has gotten bigger, right? So for us, injecting AI was just kind of a natural thing, right? But some companies, like these web browsers, I don't want AI in my web browser. If I want to ask a question, I will open up another window with ChatGPT and give him the link or something, you know? Like, it's weird. It's just weird. And then it really, like, I tell you what, man, AI really ruined the startup space. Like, the startup space instantly became, oh, you have to be doing something with AI. I don't know, even a couple of weeks ago, Y Combinator kind of put out their call, like, we're looking for startups that are doing this. And a lot of I was kind of like, okay. Probably not going to be too interested in this latest batch, but we'll see. So we can keep streaming until 9, and I will probably leave things on. Like, I can't even remember what they do. For sure, though. At some point here, I'm gonna have to help get the child in the car. Actually, why don't I go and check what the status of that all is, okay? Need to unmute myself. He's up, he's ready, he's dressed, but he does not want to go to school. He put a fight up yesterday. Mom was feeling a little sick yesterday, so she wasn't able to. She said she got him in the car, drove him there, but then she couldn't get him inside. I always feel good when we have a stream where I spend a lot of time talking about the trading platform that we're making. Granted, I'm not showing you everything that the trading platform can do, but I'm kind of trying to show you the ways in which you can innovate on every little thing, and it kind of makes you wonder why the other platforms don't do it. But I'll tell you why they can't do it. It's because they've already made certain design decisions to kind of shoehorn them into it. So they can't make those changes. Functional unemployment nearing 25% in the U.S. I feel like that's a little bit of a deceptive view of it. Oh, by the way, let's pull this back over here. You know, we had a pretty good run up at one point here this morning, but it really fizzled out, didn't it? Should check. Is there anything in here? What do they got on the top? A zero hedge here. New home sales collapsed in July as consumer confidence hit 7-month lows. Markets will punish Warsh for a Jackson Hole fumble. Yeah, probably. Is ICE investigating Ilhan Omar? Trump truths report on withheld fraud probe records. Dude, if she actually got her citizenship revoked and deported, that would be so crazy. I can't imagine. I really just can't imagine a sitting representative like. But I think it is a genuinely real possibility. Ugh. Man, not too much out there though. I'm having many different thoughts, but I'm gonna refrain from going too deep into something because I'm gonna have to help with the kid here in a bit, right? Is that a significant? No. Okay. I'm hearing the clicky click over here, but I'm kind of like, oh wait, is that a big deal? It seems like actually no, it's not really. Women lining up to take pictures with Lindsay Clancy's lawyer. Jeez. That guy probably is going to be a celebrity after this. Like, whatever case he's working on is going to become more high profile because of him. Probably. Ugh. I'm kind of dreading what the internet is going to do when the verdict for that comes out, which should be this week. They were still calling rebuttal witnesses, and then I think they end. So I might be another day or two, but I'm thinking by Thursday we'll have a verdict. Maybe I'm dead wrong. Ooh, which reminds me, I got a jury summon I need to fill out. Form that I have to fill out. Oh, it looks like that she got him to go outside without me. Let's see. Oh, here's an interesting tweet. 20 years ago, normal people avoided technology, and techies would jump on the newest gadgets as soon as they could. Now, normal people buy smart toasters and coffee mugs, while every techie I know is on the verge of retreating to the forest. Totally. Those of us that have been fully immersed for the past 20 years realize the negative detrimental effect that it has on you. Like, it used to be, oh, you know, your parents didn't want you to be on the computer too much. Yeah, but like what I'm doing is perfectly normal and healthy and all of these sorts of things. Yeah, but there was the longer term stuff that we really should have been worried about. And I think that some of us fare better with it than others, but it's kind of one of those complexity things where there's enough people that react to it badly that at a high level, the results of the internet, I think, has been pretty negative for society, for culture and social behavior, right? Like, it seems to me the kids won't be as smart as millennials were, for instance. You have things that allow you to be smarter, but you can also just use it as a crutch and avoid having to exercise your mind. Something about that downtick kind of seems significant to me. Okay. We are moving here. There wasn't 8:30 news, was there? No. Oh, Trump. Trump's saying that all mines have been removed or detonated from the Strait of Hormuz. Oh man, the S&P 500 is getting creamed there on that headline. I have just been informed by the United States Navy that all mines have been removed and or detonated from within the international waters of the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has been notified that any ship or boat placing new mines will be immediately and systematically destroyed. Through Space Force, we are watching every square inch of the strait, as we are also with Pickaxe Mountain and the already destroyed 3 other nuclear sites. There is a zero tolerance policy on a mine placement in full force and effect. Thank you for your attention on this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I am not sure I understand why the S&P 500 dropped so fast. I wish that I had the ES DOM up there to see if there was like a liquidity pull there, because it was like very brief that it touched down there. It looks like that they are kind of maybe recovering, so you're definitely below the opening range though. On NQ and went right through the liquidity. This is kind of wild one. Yeah. I kind of feel that the algorithms just overreact to everything, right? But I mean, Trump tweeted yesterday and the market moved a little bit, and it wasn't as bad as that.
block buy. block buy, block sell, Block cell. Block cell.
I've become a full-time trader. Oh man, you know what happened was I took my son to school, and then I came back and I was like, okay, time to get to work. So I just got to work. I totally forgot that I had this room. So I probably came back. I probably came back for a while and was like sitting there working on the laptop. And I don't know so let me scroll back. Were you guys saying anything when I had come back? COT suggests that more money tends to flow into NQ than EO. Well, that's interesting. At this point, I don't know if he remembers that he's here. Yeah, no, I definitely forgot. That's so funny. Well, I have to remember. Oh, hey, I was wondering who that was. Oh, I'm so glad that you guys are still here. That's so great. But I should probably shut it down now. That's funny. Yeah. Anyways, and getting my son to school was an adventure, because what happened was, like, I got there and they're like, okay, so for the parents to enter the school now, everybody has to sign in and all of this sort of stuff. And we'd like to ask that, you just check him in here and then we'll take them. And I'm like, if you can get him to go, I don't think you're going to be able to. So I got like these three women like trying to figure out what to, okay, let's try and convince Asher to go. Yeah, he's not going. So then they bring the principal. It was kind of like, hey, principal, she's new principal. It was kind of like, hey, principal, I don't know if your ideas is working very well. So they brought the principal, and the principal tried to get him to go, and he's like, yeah, I don't know what we do. I was like, I'll pick him up and carry him to class. They're like, okay. So and this whole time, like, I have to pick him up. He doesn't want to go, right? So it's a little bit of a workout for me. I'm like sweating, right? So when I get home, I was all thinking about, I had completely forgotten the stream was still going. So, but it looks like there was some interesting movement that I'm glad we picked up. It looks like the S&P 500 recovered from that little decline off of the Trump tweet. Okay. And then the treasuries extended a little bit higher after 9. I'm really curious to see, though. We come back to the charts real quick. The treasuries, if they're able to break this ceiling, let's just call it 109 even. If the treasuries are able to break out of the 109 ceiling, there could be some, we could have some entertainment. So keep an eye on it, huh? All right, guys, I will see you tomorrow. Stay excellent.